online. Weapons online. Life support online. Enemy mechs entering orbit.
That brought back memories. By the way, to win, just press Alt F4. Rumors say it supercharges the mech. Oh man, those were the days where people would actually try that. They're like, "Hey,
I'll still fall for it.
it's like you out the match now. Easier for me." New initiatives for a new era.
That time.
Okay. Sorry, dude. Actress. It looks like the spider has the initiative. Okay, well, Spider will web zip up to Crane to get the altitude, then take an action to shift cape to wingsuit, jump off the crane to glide after the boats. As he is gliding towards the boat, seeing that it is seemingly dipping lower, as was explained at the end of the last session, he's going to try to do a series of web bursts, kind of form pontoons along the sides of the boat to try and, if not prevent it from going down, at least slow its descent. Okay. Um, I have a fly 240. Is that enough to get to the boat? 40. Yes, that would be enough. Okay, then I will do basically attach myself to the back railing here. And I will send a web line over to ignore us. I didn't put an action to grab her, but if I can basically send her like a web life preserver thing that she can grab onto and then pull herself back up to us, that'd be great.
I don't remember her being knocked over.
Yeah, she got knocked back off the boat. Yeah. There was a there was a deterrent response from Force's armor that just yeeted her away.
Right. Yeah. Okay. I thought she had made that one, but okay. My mistake. Thank you.
Yeah, basically, rope and a ring on it that I'll attach to the line there on the railing there so she can pull herself back to us. Not music. Okay, the jukebox is failing. That's nothing new. Jukebox fails a lot. You're doing a little webby life ring. Life ring with a rope, again, a rope attached to it so she can pull herself to the boat. And, or at least hang on to it and get dragged behind the boat, however she wants to. Just make sure she doesn't get left behind. That's my turn. Okay. Right. Will run up to Taurus. Okay, get a decisive decisive undisputed hit. And unfortunately for Taurus, due to the
sheer heating ability of Samurai's katana, it is able to pierce his otherwise impressive armor, but only a little bit this time. There will be a piece of armor that pistons out in a attempt to hit the samurai, and samurai will back up and off slightly to the side to evade the strike which he had seen propel the new person just away. Alias, as a reminder, you have disabled Scorpio's rockets via precision ammo explosion.
Okay, first question. Does Alias notice that the ship is sinking, or has it been brought to our attention, or seems lower?
Passive perception roll. Unless you're wanting to
I
use an
understand.
action to like actively look through.
No, he wouldn't have a reason to actively, or at least not yet. Just plain perception, you said?
Plain perception.
Would you involve sight or not?
And this would involve sight, yeah.
Okay.
Eight. Oh yeah. You'll be able to tell that that the ship was preparing to slowly sink until the web pontoons had had been spun.
Do.
The webbing acting as a flotation device has um, significantly decreased. Catch that?
Yeah, I did. It is stopping the sinking. It's just that I'm concerned about the source of the sinking. On the wolf spider, do you think you can have things appear? I can see if why this ship is sinking and help Ignaris.
I already put some balloons on to slow it down, but yeah, I can hold down the fort while you deal with below deck. Sure.
Got it.
Fighters, do great out in the open ocean. Well, open bay.
They also do great in close quarters. So I will just leap over to Ignaris as part of my move. I will let myself let myself fall into the water.
More people.
Would you like to get back on? Would you Would you like to get back on the ship? Or at least on the pontoons?
That'd be great. That'd be great. Gonna toss me up there?
Yes.
If only I had super strength.
Toss her
Yeah, no.
maybe onto the pontoons. That way she can choose. And
You can easily your strength is high enough that lifting her body weight is of no effort to you. So I would just need a throwing roll for accurate landing, as it were.
oh, would you look at that? I have a specialization in throwing called on G.
Uh-oh, we're doing that trick again.
This is a fascinating subject. Things go up, things go down.
Whee! Oh, wait, hold on. Let me make top of it. Whee! To confirm, West Spider, when it's around her, was it meant to be sticking to her or just be something?
It was just something for her to hang on to.
Okay. Okay, yeah, the floaty's still floating in the water.
I will. I'll
I'm
hold.
just because distance was being wondered. That's the ship distance currently. Anything else you are doing?
2 of 5. I will use my 10 meters of swimming to just go under the boat and start looking for holes or looking for possible reasons as to why it's sinking, and also looking out for Pisces.
Okay. Okay.
Oh yeah, we have to actually search for these again. Man. Oh yeah, you missed that, Eric. In the jump gate, you can actually just search for status effects. It was very nice.
Cool. Yeah. They're looking around. And particularly getting close to the boat. Those are look around. There is something that you notice because you are underwater, and I presume your mask is Does your mask give you any reductions in darkness penalties?
Not inherently. I should probably do something about that, but I can spend a power for it to be have.
Yeah, if you'd like, you can spend a power. You can also make me a search roll, since you're like trying to discern.
When the hell that's saved? Goddamn. Movement, right?
And depending on the power, if you're going to power your mask, depending on the power, you won't need a spiritual. If you're not empowering your mask, it would be a spiritual.
And I will just empower the mask to make life simple.
Okay. In which case, what could be initially sloughed off as some sort of extensive structural modification on the underside of the boat, is not um is not tricking your technologically enhanced vision. The underside of the boat does not correspond to what the top deck would indicate this ship to be. For what you see is a submarine with the with a sensor on the underside of it, clearly mostly wooden fake top deck attached to the top side of the sub, and the boat sinking is the sub performing a slow dive.
Character. That in character, 2 comms. Because unfortunately, we do not give one to Ignars because security. The boat's not a boat; it's a sub, and it's preparing to dive.
Well, that explains a lot.
Would you like me to put some holes in it, so it won't dive?
Never done this before, so question here. How does the sub and the pontoons work? Is it rolling versus my webbing, or am I just modifying its base DC?
Due to the sheer weight, the sub is going to just not be able to pull the ship down, so it'll just tear away from it. Because the material connection is not that strong. The sub has enough, it can absorb enough force just to tear away. Because the entire top deck area was a sham anyway.
Okay, well, the webs are going to hold the faux boat up, so the sub is going to break away regardless, but I'm pretty sure what we want is on the sub, so if you sink it, I don't know if we'd be able to get to it.
I mean, if they're logical, as soon as they have a hold breach, they're not going to be trying to sink the dive. Theory.
Well, my concern is what we're after is, in theory, a reactor, and I don't know how well that reacts to bullets.
Well, I won't shoot a hole where the reactor is.
But we don't know where the reactor is.
He's not talking about the reactor of the sub. He's talking about the cargo that is
they're carrying a reactor somewhere on board.
It's not going to be in the conning tower. I can just put a hole for the conning tower.
But we can't see the conning tower. The conning tower is hidden.
You think that's going to stop me?
The conning tower is hidden somewhere inside the fake boat.
Yeah, and you think that's going to stop me? I've shot grenades out of the air.
I mean, I feel like this
might have something to help, like, meet in between.
I'm just saying, we already have a guy on the sub who can get onto the submarine who is physically adjacent to it. Do we really need to be putting holes in it? I don't.
Yes.
Are you just saying that because you don't want to get off your porch?
Maybe.
I do have a question though. Rail cannon plus surface of water.
Technically speaking, go by comic book logic. People shoot in the water all the time.
I don't know how the book handles it. I feel like there would probably be some kind of soak modifier for the water, but kind of like cover. But I don't know if that's how the book handles it. There would definitely be a modifier because you're shooting through the faux boat to get to the real boat.
Oh, I mean, in that case, the boat would act as total cover, and it would provide protective value.
Right, like I said, I understand that the Q ship would do that. I just don't know What you as you were saying and what he was saying is like I don't know about how shooting through water works in Open D6.
Actually, technically, if he's shooting through the faux ship, it's still currently attached.
Okay,
So that would bypass any surface tension.
there you go.
See, I shoot the big boat that's attached to the
Hold
sub.
on,
It
hold on.
damages the sub.
I know, but I also have another suggestion we can do to help also make sure that they don't dive even faster. David, let's see. I would like. This is probably going to be my last action. I will start looking for the submarine's ballast area, or the slits where the ballast and air would go in and out.
Okay. That
Killing
would
the-
require a search roll.
Yeah, completely fair. And this will be my last action. That is a. I will. It is a 31.
Okay. You will be able to locate the ballast areas that you will. Yes.
Something that will concern me probably. How do I defend underwater? Is it still dodge with a penalty?
I know usually I say swimming, but the rules themselves may contradict me. 1 second. Water steel.
Fortunately, I do not see with anything under the keyword underwater have to do with combat.
They seem to operate under the theory that it's whatever skill you're using for movement in your current environment.
Yeah, which is why I generally default to swimming. Because if you're underwater, you're swimming basically.
Yeah.
In space, you're technically also swimming if there's zero G.
Even if amphibious, just making sure. Because I know it could hypothetically affect it, but it also is like, eh.
If amphibious, I believe that just gives you what
Yeah,
gills
movement. It gives. Survive underwater, great depths, breathe like a fish, swim up to normal movement rating multiplied by your power rank. Oh, I actually have quite a lot done. Oh, no, I never. Greater movement out of combat. So yeah, effectively breathe underwater, great depth and movement, and swimming movement. Like, I'm fine using swimming. I just want to make sure that actually use it.
Because I don't want to hold stuff up. I'll go with my gut instinct and go with swimming, unless you have something like an underwater adaptive propulsion system or something.
It just is
Propellers
like
come out of his
he has the nah, he is the propeller. Because, Android. I will just roll my defense, and that will be it.
Okay. I know you're a mobster and everything, but you can't just be claiming things. Even if they are a part of whatever your family history is. Samurai will just kind of grit his teeth as a form of response. Okay. Taurus attempts to um, punch Samurai, hoping to just overwhelm the Samurai with pure pure strength. Um, Samurai will left the blow and go in for a counter slice. Counter slicing for which brings Taurus down to a wound as the as the heated edge of Samurai's blade mostly melts and cuts through the sliver of armor that the blade's making contact with to actually hit the person inside. First, we'll do the wreckage turret. As you'll hear him pull out to the person up on the wooden tower. Scorpio, see what you can do about that walking cliche over there. Oh, lateral. You are off in the distance, off map with your rail cannon, as I recall.
Yeah, I was told not to sink the boat, but I wanted to sink the boat. But if that's not to.
Oh, you were asked, not told. Yeah.
Well, you told me not to sink the boat. You phrased it as a please don't. You told me please don't sink the boat.
Yeah.
Told I can't sink the boat. You think 70 physique would be enough to literally lift the boat? Given that most of its weight's actually supported by water?
I know it took a lot more 7D when I lifted the other boat, but that was technically a bigger boat, so.
But you're also lifting it out of the water. Because, for instance, a car can actually move a cargo container, a cargo ship that's fully laden with cargo by itself. Top Gear actually showed you being able to do that. It's not practical, but you can't technically use a normal car to move a large container ship.
7D. I don't think so. Because I'm looking at according to the chart on 7D, without rolling, you can only lift up to 3 tons. Maximum on 7D would be 42 without streaking. So theoretically, the max you could lift without a massive power die streak would only be 30 tons.
Even
So I'm not saying it's impossible, but mathematically, it does seem like something that would be very unlikely.
That's not a level of unlikely I can handle. Given that, there's a different level of unlikely that I can do to you, though. There's a very easy way to keep a boat from getting away. Destroying its propeller.
Since Alias looked at the sub, it is using a
You tell me it's a water jet, I'm still shooting where it is.
Propulsion system. So it's not using a propeller.
Still shooting the propulsion system. Specifically targeting it.
What?
It'll at least slow it down or something.
There's nothing saying I can't just shoot the engine block, destroy the engine so it can't go anywhere. So sure, they could sink. All they're going to do is go straight down, straight up. Can't move forward or backwards anymore. It just becomes a matter of getting them to surface again. You asked me not to sink the sub. I'm not going to sink the sub. Probably. Maybe. Would that be something possible that I could do with a railgun? Basically, aim for the propulsion system. I know roughly where it's at on a sub.
Due to the kind of nature of what's going on, I try not to be too technical. But yes, you can target the magnetic hydro induction system.
Oh, cool. 4, 8, 12.
Let me get the
Nice.
modifier there for that.
It's still within short range. Because you only said they're like 200 meters away from the dock at this point.
It is 205.
Yeah, so it's within short range. And they feasibly be trying to defend themselves from this? Because that was not a known presence or threat.
I mean, they
Over
know they're in a
now.
combat zone. I imagine they're still defending themselves.
Yeah. But right now they're defending themselves from boarders, not from a mech shooting them from the shore.
Still a dodge roll.
And so
But for them to be able to do a reaction dodge, they had to have combat senses.
No, I mean, if they rolled any defenses at all, it still applies.
That's true.
You don't roll per attack.
Due to the water obscuring it, unless you have some way to detect.
Oh no. This is me totally shooting based on intuition alone.
I mean, he's using the car. It does have sensors, I think.
Yes, it does.
Yeah,
It has
it's
10 kilometer
radar, yeah.
sensors.
It just has the generic sensor stat that vehicles get.
Okay.
Generic sensors of I know everything within 10 kilometers.
I mean, you still have visual obfuscation of water.
Yeah.
You
think that stopped me from shooting the pins off of grenades?
No, I'm just.
He's using it to calculate the modifiers.
Yeah.
No, I understand. Yeah, no, I'm not doing anything special like that. No. Hit me with the modifiers.
So.
Jack.
We're dealing with a. So. In the obfuscation and the specific targeting, you're at a 5D.
Oh, what's its scale, David?
I prefer not to function.
Remember, it's scale versus the car scale.
I'm aware. That's why I'm asking.
Scale is 14.
Cool. So I get a plus 9, actually.
Wait,
I'm scale 5.
just 9 pip or?
Yeah, it's a flat 9 modifier. Scale is a flat modifier.
Okay, that's what I was gonna be like.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 10. I want you to know I'm still shooting. Oh, wait, and fire control. I'm still rolling 12 dice plus 9. Plus overconfidence. God, I remember
Welcome
why
back,
I like
Eric.
it. I like this character. I remember now.
Welcome back, Eric.
All I do is hit things.
You can do more. You just choose not to.
Can do more. And last time I did more, I sliced a mech in half with a sword. I kind of don't want to do that right now. I gotta pull my old man motif. Get off my lawn. 10, 20, 30. Five. 45 plus confidence. 8, 48 plus 9. That makes it a 57? Yeah, 48 plus 9 is 50. Oh, man. Slowly rowing this character outside of just shooting people with mech railgun. Take me a have to get in the groove. The damage on this thing?
Sorry, but you've
No.
ruined Collateral's groove.
Exclamation point plus 60 plus 1. There you go.
Okay. There is a eruption um, of water as the hypervelocity round hits, and then hits the surface, and then a second larger, wider splash from the kinetic impact against the sub itself.
I disabled its engine. Maybe.
The quote unquote boat that you guys are on is rapidly is making a for lack of a better term turn.
That sounds like it's still in motion.
It was in its engine system was impacted.
Yep.
So it's the force affecting it.
Because, fun fact,
Yeah.
the main way that subs actually dive is through their forward momentum as they fill their ballast tanks. So removing their ability to move, which was the whole purpose of this, moves their ability to quickly submerge.
You said it was momentum for. I mean, they could just fill the ballast to increase their weight.
Well, that's
It's
for up and
the-
down. He's talking about forward.
Yeah, a lot of it the speed of their dive comes from their momentum. Like in their forward propulsion as they fill their ballast tanks. You destroy their ability to move, they can only fill their ballast tanks in sync relatively slowly in comparison.
Really, or were you not letting me turn that? Okay, due to this being weird, pretend it's now catty cornered. For those on the pontoons or the boat, I will need a dexterity roll to keep your footing. Is it because most fighter you are clinging to the side
Railing.
the railing? I'll give you a 3D bonus.
Okay, I was about to ask. Reading.
Yep. 3D.
Oh, and it should have been for that many dice.
Ow. I'm so confused.
There's a lot of ones
Whatever.
and twos.
Like, if I recall, you should be rolling like 10 plus dice right now.
11D plus 3, yeah. Like I said, there's a lot of ones and twos.
Okay.
That just hurt my soul seeing that.
Ghost Rider, you're able to hang on fine. Um, okay. Ignorus is able to barely hang on using the webbing of the platoon. Keep her from, like, she loses her feet, but she's able to like grip to not be put overboard. Taurus Taurus is stumbling around, almost falling over the edge. Scorpio, for those who can see him, it seems to just kind of be riding the momentum, like shifting his balance without much issue. And 2 people very nearly failed that. None of them
What
were
about the
players.
Samurai?
Is there anything else that you were doing, Collateral?
Yeah, I guess I'll if I understand this correctly, the way that the hyperflight works is I could technically pull the whole like Gundam armored core. I'm basically standing on the water bay using the thrusters shenanigans, right?
Said flight, because all hyper is on hyperflight is lets you have increased non-combat speeds.
Yeah.
But yeah,
Gotcha.
if you have actual flight, unless you have a limitation on it to have you not hover, I believe you hover.
It doesn't have anything that says that. It's just uncontrollable.
Because it's a vehicle flight versus the power flight. 1 second.
Oh, okay. Is it right? Oh no, if it's built on vehicle, it would say whether you can hover or not.
Right, that's why I'm having a look.
Technically speaking, I would be moving this turn.
Actually, it looks like I might have given. Okay, that's what it was because I wanted because of the speed difference we were going. 1 second. Point of the car was that it flew slower. Because you can't put hyperflight on a vehicle. Okay, the flight power does not specify hover or not. So there's the only thing they have is the modifier for glider. So presumably he can hover. Yes.
I mean, even vehicles should have power slept on them.
Right. It has the flight power. That's.
Yeah.
I couldn't remember if I'd done the flight power or the flight thing, because I didn't want to go as fast as other vehicles. I gave the flight power because that was slower. So yeah, in theory, you can hover.
Yeah, you
Cool. I'm basically going to do the armored core. I am skimming the water.
Do you have enough speed to actually get on the map proper, or are you going to be in transit?
520.
Okay.
Yes.
So even at half move, that still gets on the map.
Okay.
Yeah, even at half move, that still gets me on the map, and I think I could technically be in now. Yes, I could technically be anywhere on the map I want to be. So I'm just going to put myself there in case the villains want to actually do something to me instead of me being off the map. Actually, I'll be more of a team player. I will be next to Alias, so that Alias has a means to.
Underwater.
Yeah, he's underwater.
Oh, Alias is underwater. I'd be going. I don't know where I'll be then. I'll be right here.
Eventually, he'll pick a spot so I can set the zoom.
I picked a spot. I am behind the boat. Yeah, that's all I'm doing. I did my action, did my movement.
He's coming for you.
Okay, Alias, underwater, you oh, one, you saw Pisces be momentarily um shook by the railgun strike, but was then able to kind of quickly regain her faculties, as she at first was swimming at normal speed, and then got faster and faster and faster, um, until you actually see like a disturbance of water around her that she is um doing that quickly enough. Um, is okay. Um, so there's the rolls I was looking for. Oh, it's sad when that rolls over them. Okay. So comes in at you for a initial dagger strike.
Dodge.
An defensive 31. Okay. Was that correct? Wasn't your swim defensive 31?
It is indeed, sir. It's just that I'm away from the computer
okay.
at the moment, so I can't see her opposing rolls.
Gotcha. As you try to maneuver, she compensates, striking for a 37. So close, but not 100. Um, um, there we go. Um, hmm. With the first strike impacting, it your armor, you feel the hit, um, but the blade ultimately kind of bends off to the side where the blade slides against you because it can't actually penetrate your armor. She swims around you in various motions meant to build up momentum as she is very seamlessly moving through the ocean. This roll is pretty insane. One more. Okay, do you want to keep your soak roll or roll a second soak for the second attack as she concludes her momentum by coming at you from the side?
I I think I have to keep it because it was a really good roll.
Okay. That second strike with the momentum behind it causes you 13 points of damage.
I saw a
Also,
grapple in there,
I'm sorry, what?
and I think I saw a grapple in there.
Yep, the grapple is coming up, which is a 40. What I am going to be doing is showing the image for collateral, since I don't believe you saw it. Put it in the roll 20. Hmm.
Assume you need a lift roll to fight the grapple.
Well, the roll would have been, your swimming defense. If you want on your turn, you can take an action to try to physically break it. The hold
No, I
is
mean, trash.
her tail goes around your leg and is pulling you away. You're also going in also going down. You're just going deeper in water. Um,
She'll be able to hear me through this or not, but seeing going down further and further. Oh, you're just you're a cold fish, aren't you? And here I was just trying to be cordial.
while she doesn't respond by speaking, she does turn her head and flash you a confident smile. Given what's going on, that's what would be pretty smart. Okay. Norris, um, kind of looking at the current situation we have going on here. I don't. She hasn't been told that it's a sub.
Yeah, because she's not on comms.
Yeah. Okay. I guess I want to change up. Okay. Oh, I messed it up. There we go. There's a real number. Okay. She will produce some flaming um molten material in her hand. Uh, throw it at central command tower right here. The um molten bit will penetrate the um penetrate the wood. Um, and then um the molten um molten spikes will shoot out of the tower, fracturing its wooden frame and catching the tower on fire. Oh, because I had to make that correction on the other one. No, son of a. There we go. Okay. With that being now fractured and on fire. Has no, he just has the ability.
Nothing wrong with being able to leap good.
He will Scorpio will fall off the tower. As it's the wooden frame is completely fractured and is also on fire. He falls off the tower, taking some fall damage, completely splittering the fake deck that he hits. Duh! Ah, come on! No one can enjoy the high ground anymore. Oh. Scorpio will pick himself up. Oh, you know, I was going to take a moment to see if I could fix my missiles. But instead, now I have to deal with some newbie upstart. As he goes and jumps onto the web pontoon just to avoid the spiky heat of the tower. Listen, I don't know whose sidekick you are, pointing to Agnar, but you are dealing with some larger leagues than some bush riffraff in the city. He says this as his armor is clearly dented and sparking. I would cut you some slack, but you apparently have a lot of power to back up that exuberance of yours. So sorry for not taking it easy on you. Ignar is seeing her new, slightly higher level handiwork. We'll just say it's the poor person that underestimates. Though she makes that comment in Espanol.
Sí, mija.
Okay. Well, is okay. He will aim the meaning the functional cannons that are underneath his missile racks. Really? Well, he did take a fall. That's K. Can roll ones all day, I guess. Okay. She had prepared a parry, which will not work against the particle laser. That, oh, you're just not. Okay, because I'm. Okay. Um, the tail on the scorpion armor will suddenly lash out in a curve, expanding as armor plates, shift to cover the innards of the operation as it expands. Going for this. Okay. The particle blast distract her enough for the tail to come in for a special strike, unless there's
Sacrificial.
okay. Particle beams do also, unless you're sacrificial.
Would that be multiple rolls, or can I just sacrificial for all of the above as one roll?
You would have to sacrifice per attack.
$37.
Um,
$30 for the power die, so bad luck applies.
okay. So, thanks to the one on that power die, you will be able to successfully sacrifice for the tail. And you will also be able to maneuver in for. Okay. Okay. I need a silk rule for
Yeah,
the
yeah.
tails. That's a lot of sixes. Okay.
Again for the laser.
Okay. Finally honed impaler on the scorpion tail will pierce your webbing armor, causing 27 points of you said it was
Also 22.
also 22. Will take a mere 2 points of damage from the laser. Um okay. And you said you had was it a 6 or just bad luck?
Just a 1, so just a normal. But the game calls a normal critical failure.
Okay.
But still,
But I believe your bad luck is good.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, bad luck just means that if I roll 1 or the die code plus 1 or the die code plus 1 or less. So anytime so yeah.
So, okay.
It just expands my failure range.
Okay. In that case, then your your left web
Spinneret.
spinneret is damaged.
Okay, so I can't use the elemental webbing in my left arm. Got it. I still got my normal webs.
Yeah, as that took a direct hit from the part.
Okay.
I assume you're the mentor. I can respect that. Well, it's too bad that I'm a scorpion. Then you're at a bit of a mismatch.
Don't try it, Scorponok. I got the high ground.
Do not just
Yeah,
let the villains fight
I
each
did
other on the
too.
big
Then I
boat.
fell. So watch your footing.
I could say the same to you.
I believe we were rolling initiative in this one.
Yeah, we were rolling initiative.
New initiatives.
Not move.
Also, thank you for poor wording. Well, it's not really poor wording. It's favorable wording and bad positioning on his part.
Here's one of the pontoons.
Yep.
Did
Bad
he just get
wording for
himself
him.
stuck to the? Did he just get himself stuck to the pontoon?
No, I didn't make the webbing sticky, and I can't make it sticky after the fact without reapplying it. But he just made his life a lot worse. Taking the
'Cause
high
you have
ground
the
quote
high
all the
ground?
more appropriate.
Figured.
He's in my web now.
All I know is I see villains fighting each other, and Ignis just melting people. Like she does a lot of damage, terrifyingly.
Well, because she is trying to follow the at least what's been shown on the streams. That's why she went to crack the command tower to cause him to fall versus directly striking him with a
She's trying to
Yeah.
play nice.
yeah. She still knew. So last session they saw her angry and doing like flame kicks that were causing some serious damage.
All I know is that y'all complained about me shooting people with a railgun. I don't melt people.
She hasn't melted anybody yet. She's hit them, and it hasn't actually done any serious damage. She's just melting the boat.
For now, I'm looking at their HP. That was after she did.
Well, some of that
something.
damage is self-inflicted. Like for Scorpio, that's not from the fireball. That's from the fall that she hit him with the fireball, and he fell off the tower, and that's fall damage.
Yeah, because the tower is really wood, so with the molten spike sticking out of it, it cracked the entire foundation and everything.
And Taurus is all that damage Taurus has taken has come from Samurai.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, she's playing by the
Gotcha.
rules.
Gotcha. I'm the only person who has possibly killed someone. Which I didn't.
Given the ship is immobilized, I will remove.
Okay.
Ghost Rider, you can get the thing.
Having just gotten clocked by the tail, we're just going to grab onto the tail, pull the tail as we swing his ass over my head, and I'm going to execute a slam.
You're gonna slam him into the water.
No!
Oh no!
I'm going to slam him into the pontoon. Because slam damage is he takes my strength damage plus the toughness of the object I'm slamming him into. The toughness of my web is 12d, so he's taking 24d of slam.
Oh, God.
And I'm doing that for KO.
I assume so, yeah.
Unfortunately, that means it also has to be a headshot, because that's how KO works, which means technically I'm slamming him on his head.
We can describe it as not that.
I mean, it could be a perfectly controlled head slam.
Either way, it's not pretty. That's why I was like, favorable wording for me, poor choice of place to stand for him. When I pre-rolled that, I was going to slam him into the boat, and I was worried about like sinking the boat by accidentally slamming him through it. But
I think actually Parker had a similar situation.
Oh yeah. Don't fight me in my web. Downside, the pontoon's also going to take damage, but I'm less worried about this. I also rolled a 1 in 6 on my dodge, but if he's, in a coma for the next 6 months, that would be.
Oh, God.
That hit because his defense was not quite that high.
I also mocked the fuck out of them all.
Okay. I will say that Pisces will be immune to your mockery because she has depth.
Yeah, I figured she wasn't counted, but yeah, take an action to strike the spider legs. Since I got the leg, the tail grapple, get the spider legs to get the extra lift I need. Just and the sheer terror I'm inflicting with his slam. I got that as my mockery.
Um,
And then just web him down. Make sure he doesn't, try and make sure he doesn't get back up.
Knockout strikes. Okay, cold shot, subtract soap.
All I know is that my response to this is I don't care if I'm in links, I'm not making you mad. I don't feel like being tossed around like a rag doll.
I rolled low looking at that.
You did.
Maximum. Bring it to maximum. Has to be 10 of max. Okay, he is not knocked out.
Really?
And he is severely injured.
Okay. And then point blank web shot to try and just stick him down.
Stuck down.
Okay.
I apologize, Alias, if I didn't get so you can plan your strikes against cheese. But that being said, yeah, man, his armor is tough.
Bad now. I guess I shouldn't have gone for the KO and just gone for the full damage.
Oh, he's still awake? Damn.
He has enough soak, yeah. I did stick him though, so at least he's in theory immobilized
And prone.
and prone. Because that's part of the slam. He is prone. Yes, but getting up. Except he can't because he's stuck. I don't know what ranged options he has. I know his missiles are neutralized. I don't know if he has anything else that might be a threat. I know he can do something with acid. He might be able to dissolve the webbing. At least I remember him throwing around acid last time we saw him. Or was that last session? Either way.
Yeah, because it's what gets through compared to half, and then that damage is also.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
In terms of damage inflicted, yeah.
Yeah. The damage after being halved is why he's not.
Yeah.
Not worse.
In theory, prone because of the slam, and then immobilized due to the and possibly at a ridiculous minus to life, depending on what his real roll is.
Oh right. 14.
Yeah, so minus 4. Roll to 14. Okay, so +5 difficulty to any action to attack or target the character for 2 rounds, and loses actions equal to my presence attribute, which is currently 8D. Minus 8D to life, should slow him down a little bit.
Yeah, I'm kind of counting again. You slamming him
Yeah.
as like completely like disorienting him.
And I can do that to all of them. So
So sorry, Elias. Apparently, I have a little more bookkeeping to do. Willpower.
Good man. I would be lying if my own turns weren't sometimes.
23.
And that's like same result because that's still by more than.
Okay.
That just leaves Taurus. Oh, so I only beat him by 10. 10 is 5 difficulty to my attack or action to attack or target me, and he only loses 1 action.
Really, only 1.
Yeah,
Cool.
rolled good.
Oh, that's good.
Stay down.
Yeah. Helios.
Hell yes.
Going to smirk confidently at me. He looks at her, looks up. Without looking, suddenly jolts up his leg, attempting to escape. And hopefully this works. Hopefully.
Successfully opposed physique or lifting roll versus older physique or lifting counts as an action.
And going to allot for one more action for my dodge. Or dodge and possibly a move, so 2 actions after this.
What about after this?
A possible swim and a dodge. Well, either way, a dodge. Not a possible swim to just start moving or move faster.
What's the plus? Okay. While the fishy tail has a good amount of muscle to it, it's nothing compared to your enhanced physiology because you are able to, break free. Dragon punch. Okay.
And the intention is to kind of move the tail in such a way that it kind of causes her to come up a little bit.
Okay.
And either way, go under her. Dragon punch straight to the gut. And just go full and straight up.
Okay.
I don't know how far she pulled us down, but I'm gonna start making her work for it. She wants to quote unquote drown me. Okay, bitch, let's play.
Can you even be drowned?
Technically, no. But she doesn't know that.
I don't. Yeah, I think amphibious is permanent. So yeah, you.
Amphibious?
Yep.
Yeah, it's permanent because Pisces is also.
And I don't think making it a gadget makes it not be permanent. So yeah.
Well, it should be permanent for as long as he has it active.
Right. That's what I mean. So in theory, they both have infinite air. So this is.
Yeah, so I was just like, hold up. You could just go full
Yeah.
Terminator and just grab her in a chokehold and just hold her there and go full Terminator.
Nah, because she was getting cold. She was doing cold fish because she doesn't know he can't breathe, and she just kept pulling him down and down and down. It's like, oh, you just want to drown me, you son of a bitch.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, don't act like it doesn't matter. Just grab her by the throat and stare at her. Go full Terminator, red eyes and everything. That's how you scare a villain. You just go full Terminator. After all, she did technically just try to commit murder. Maybe I'm just a bit too evil today.
Do you need anything else from me, or are you still calculating?
I'm just calculating things. Running my numbers.
Yep.
Oh, she now
Every
has a
punch-
level of stun. Let's see,
Every
straight up. Does your dragon punch include the That's right, no, it's a straight knockback without the rollover effect of intentional knockback. Okay.
not quite. For at least from what I have what I read, it effectively adds like, oh, for every 3 dice I have on the skill, it's another meter, another free meter.
Okay. Okay, and if I remember correctly, it lets you do knockback and full damage, if I remember Dragon Fist correctly.
Let me double check that.
Because I just want to make sure I got the damage, correct.
Yeah, it because this is not intentional knockback. This is I just happened to roll a 6, and
Oh, if you happen to roll a 6, then
yeah, that was the reason for the knockback.
oh, okay. Yeah, Dragon Punch. Dodge them back 1 meter for everything on
Yeah.
skills. The opponent is treated in
Yep,
is
still,
treated
as if it took knockback.
as
It's
if
still treated the same,
yeah.
but it isn't like intentional. It's just that this just does more knockback, which gets silly with Alias.
Okay. The intention seems to be damage along with knockback. That being said, you that factor in this funny thing. Because for every certain amount of points that happen,
1 meter.
for every 5 points. Okay, your total knockback distance is 18 meters. Okay.
How far she took us down, but I'm gonna make her work for it.
Okay. Let me just put notes on guys. Okay. You guys were 30 meters below the surface of the water. You have punched her up 18, so now she's 12 meters below the surface. You're still at 30, so you have evidence of 12 between each other. I for lack of a better term, you kind of knock the wind out of her a bit. Her eyes go wide, not just from the visual stress, but clearly from surprise. She did not expect you to have that much, well, punch behind your punch. Yeah.
How the audible crack of bones happens
Yeah.
as he's like stretching his neck. But he's going to use the remaining 2 actions. One is to just simply get out of the water. He's not going to give her any more ammunition. He's like, okay, I see. I leave you. Because this is a little weird. Because I have enhanced movement. Does that mean my movement in amphibious is 20, or is it still the base 10? We've talked about how
has he been able to turn
land movement and all this other stuff.
rate multiplied by the power rank. Okay, so in combat, if you only have it at 1 rank, you will have a water speed equal to your regular movement.
I have. Oh wait. Actually. Okay, no. Never mind. Enhanced movement does specifically says you can now run or swim faster. Okay, so my move. So I have amphibious of 20.
Nice.
Good to know.
Okay.
Good to know.
Okay.
But I'll go ahead and roll swimming to double it to just simply
Gotcha.
get out of the water.
Good roll. And then you are.
Swim of 27. It's going to just be just doubling the movement is all.
27. Yeah, 27 will be enough to overcome any of the ocean's own currents that would be.
He will just simply breach the water and fly up just fly a little bit higher, like of the rest of the movement. And I will make a flight dodge roll, and that will be all.
Forgot about that. Damn. Oh well, I didn't say she had it all. Yeah. Samurai is also suffering massive debuffs. Sheer impressiveness that was Either.
Taking judo apparently was a great idea. Being able to do slam as just one action instead of like 3.
Yeah.
Don't make me start using suplex.
Damn. Oh no, actually, I don't know why I don't have that noted. Does he actually get some dice to do this? Okay. Vector ocular enhancements to be rolled automatically in the future. 1 second.
Is Oculus Rift automatic?
Yes, it says Oculus Rift. Okay. So now he only has his good old cyber eye actually granting him any possible dice for this. Otherwise, he couldn't even make this roll.
Welcome.
Okay. Samurai is visibly looking around after taking a steadying breath to try to practice what he has preached about discipline. Though he does seem to be keeping a large amount of his attention on Wolf Spider.
As well, he should.
um, will he will comment. Um, I think I'll need to improve my regimen. My regimen for the next time we meet. I'm afraid I have underestimated the power of an arachnid.
You and anybody else who has a rolled up newspaper.
Okay. Um, Still catching her oxygen. um, she quickly swims up to the surface. Now kind of breathing heavily of the air as she is trying to gain control over breathing from that gut check. What kind of protein powder do you use?
Just gonna activate the speaker. Just go depleted uranium kind.
uranium with a chase through of lunar meth and Atlantean crack.
Okay. That sounds about as wordy as what these are loaded with. From under the waterline, she pulls out and unveils what you have seen on a holster on her hips, but what are obviously modified pistols. More specifically,
Got super soakers.
All I've heard is modified pistol.
Nope, that's what I'm looking for. They look like modified revolvers.
And I will be spending character points because I know that flight is shit.
Ah, okay. Wait, does that mean? Huh. Okay. Okay. So, yeah.
Points loaded up if that beats it.
And how high were you in there? I didn't catch that. How high?
That too?
I was asking how high Alias was.
Go ahead, so I'll just throw the new dodge just in case.
Oh. Ooh. Okay.
I do have shit that dodge ones, so I was like, okay, I'm gonna preemptively.
Oh, damn. Okay. Oh, she swimming around, murder target, and she is unleashing a hail of bullets, which you're able to evade all 6 shots of, as she expends 3 pistol.
Oh my goodness. A lot of movement.
If you said something, I couldn't hear it.
I said, oh my goodness, that is a lot of movement. End up in the same spot. I don't. Greg's currently muted.
Oh,
You're
okay.
talking about Greg.
Oh,
I heard it.
Yep, there it is.
Yeah, it was a lot of movement to get around where to shoot me. He has all that movement on the water.
no lateral.
I am going to move her. And I'm going to actually get out of links
Okay.
and land right here. I'm going to ask, double check. I heard the samurai, but he is not going to continue the fight. I'm going to ask him directly, is that true? That you are not going to continue being a combatant?
I'm here. I'm here to recover the. I don't recall whether I had him refer to it as the heart of a dragon or not.
We don't want them recovering this, correct?
Right, that's the the thing we came to get.
Um.
So he is still being actively combative towards our goal.
Well, right
Gotcha.
now, he is focusing not on fighting you, but getting to his objective.
Yeah, so he's been trying to. Technically, he's also fighting the Zodiac guys. We're just all after the same thing.
Gotcha.
Just he's more concerned with getting to the object. He's just fighting his way through people to get to the object, and if they're not in his way, he's going to ignore them and just go for the object.
Well, I feel less bad about what I'm going to do then.
But yeah.
I just wanted to make
I'm here
sure
for my ancestral blood rights.
Yeah, he seems to think that for some reason it belongs to his family, but has been able to provide nothing to back that up.
I require proof of that. You're not giving proof of that. But you're not going to. You make things complicated. I'm going to deal with the person who's actively being a menace. And I can do melee attacks knockout, right?
Okay, are you targeting
I recall.
targeting Taurus?
Yes.
Okay. That
I just don't recall how the knockout stuff works. That's what I'm asking.
48. Okay, yeah, his parry's only 35. Okay. Using True Strike, which currently bypasses all armor.
If he had armor, it bypasses armor. Otherwise, he does double damage. Which, considering how he rolled his damage, 70 plus 2, so yeah,
Yeah, that damage rolled a lot.
yeah, it rolled nothing but 5s and 6s.
Yeah, that one it did that. Yes.
Blowing all the car. Okay. Your first strike is able to go in through a damaged previously damaged portion of armor as you cut in exactly where Samurai could have before, completely bypassing his armor with minute precision. See a targeting here. Are you like beanbag rounding him?
With a pistol, yeah. I'm shooting a rubber bullet in his face.
Okay.
Yeah, unfortunately,
Wait,
my
is that
non-lethal.
17 already halved, or?
Yes,
Oh,
it
no,
is.
no, this is the thing where his pistol, where 0 damage equals KO.
Oh, okay.
Because remember, you can't
Yeah.
do the KO shot with a
Yeah.
with a ranged weapon.
Okay, so armor
Yeah.
still applies.
Yeah, it's a normal
armor
roll.
still
He
applies.
can't kill somebody with it.
Yep.
Armor is able to repel that 17.
Dang. I'm trying to not kill people.
Ugh. Need a budget for some armor upgrades if people can just cut through our stuff. Ugh.
They shouldn't be
I
trying to
prefer
steal
being
people's
shot
stuff.
versus someone shooting me. I mean, slashing me. Ah!
I mean, I
This
could pull up the
blood is making me
rifle.
lightheaded.
You're not gonna like the rifle.
I don't like anyone I don't know on this boat right now.
You shouldn't be on this boat trying to steal stuff from people.
Wait, what? We shouldn't be on this boat?
Yeah, you shouldn't be on this boat.
We were hired to guard this shipment.
Now I'm even more confused. Hold up. Me as Eric, I'm very confused. So we have villains guarding shipments.
Yeah, the
Fighting other villains.
Yeah, we have villain on villain action, and they're both fighting over the MacGuffin that we need.
Okay.
Yeah.
That makes... Okay. I was gonna say, did I just attack a guard unintentionally? No. They're still villains. Okay.
also since you
Yeah, believe me. Alias thought we could be cool and be like, oh, well, maybe we can work out a deal of like, hey, if we help the Sunrise, we can at least like take a look at it and figure out what the hell. No, they were like, lol, thanks, bye.
They're under contract. By the way, with your slashing attack, there is a piece around his arm that reactively shoots off, connected to a hydraulic piston that attempts to hit you, as it has with anyone else who's done melee stuff.
Okay.
33 does not hit you.
Nope.
Okay, cool.
That's all I have.
Yeah,
Also, you did answer the question of can you use melee combat swords to do non-lethal?
I did one now.
You didn't answer the question of whether or not you can use melee like swords to do non-lethal.
Yeah, and as long as it's melee, you can.
Okay.
I still miss it.
He was asking if you can use swords for non-lethal. It's like, yeah, as long as it's melee, you can. You just have to do the call. They take the penalty for the called shot to the head.
That's only 1d.
No,
Yeah.
Yeah, head modifier 1d.
I keep confusing head with heart.
Heart is 4d.
I think intention knockout also has. But can render. Yeah, okay, it's just called shot to the head. Yeah. Yeah, for a 1d penalty and half damage, everything is non-lethal.
But you also get a plus 12 damage to hitting them in the head.
Yeah, you get the plus 12 damage, but it's effectively only a plus 6.
And yeah, that's true, but still. Okay.
How it works.
Um,
I'm cool with that.
Ignore seeing as you took the hit. Let's see. What's fine? Are you okay?
Oh, yeah, I'm fine.
Looks pretty deep.
I'm gonna look across. That's not deep. I've seen deeper.
I'd say, yeah, I'm not disputing it's deep, but yeah, it's just a flesh wound. Okay.
If you say so.
I'm sturdier than I look.
It's but a scratch to him. I've seen him eat tank rounds. I don't know. Have I seen you do that? No, I've seen you rip shreds by a dinosaur though.
I'd say, yeah, I fought kaiju. Yeah, you've seen me get hit by kaiju, and that's online. But yeah, I don't think I fought vehicles yet.
No, I've watched you be torn shred by teeth the size of you, and you walked away from that. Not even like hospital. You just walked away from that. So I think Taurus and Pisces are defending the boat supposedly.
Taurus,
And
Pisces, and Scorpio.
Oh, and Scorpion. Gotcha.
Trying to make a band called the Zodiac. By gang, and by band I mean gang or association, organization.
Gotcha.
So what was it? Um, Ignorus will take a moment to think after looking like she's about to go after Samurai for a moment. Here, um, punching downward. I summon forth library, so drop a specific. That works.
Oh, by the way, this is a fake boat on a sub. Figure you should know that. Let Ignis know, because you haven't made that clear to her yet. Right?
No, that has not been mentioned until now.
Yeah, I'm going to make sure to mention that to her.
And with that, she'll punch down, and what she was expecting to find was not what she had actually found. Where she has burnt and broken a area of wood that has now has unveiled a hatch.
Hey, we found the door.
Nice.
I that was supposed to be a part of um venting.
Yeah,
We're on a sub.
Well,
we're standing on a fake boat attached to a sub. Yes.
yeah, that. There's a sub underneath the boat.
Not even a U-boat.
Technically, a submarine is a U-boat. Just German. U-boat is just a German submarine. Technically.
I was like, they couldn't even spring for having a good disguise. Like, oh hey, you just have the ship as part of a submarine.
Or, I don't know, just have a normal boat. You don't need a sub. I like to try to smuggle things into the country.
I think they are trying to
Illegal
work.
reactors.
Well, they are working for the warlords. So.
You know, there's nothing. We don't know if the reactor is illegal. What?
If it was legitimate, they wouldn't be smuggling it.
Are they smuggling it? Like, that's actually a serious question. We don't know what they're doing. We just know they have it. And it's criminals. Which isn't good. It means they probably stole it. Doesn't mean it was illegal.
Protecting some property of some dude named Warzone.
Warzone? I didn't know we had Call of Duty in the channel.
Oh,
Yeah, that's right. This is the we need. And Warzone was mentioned, which in theory.
and you make a knowledge roll, collateral.
Oh God, no.
I believe your Scholar Underworld or whatever might apply.
My scholar criminals? Yeah, it would.
Oh,
It's like insert random flashback. I suddenly hear this while being on scene. 25. 28.
8. Oops. Oh, first off, Ignorus will open the hatch. Yeah, open the hatch via burning the mechanism.
That works.
Don't cause too much damage. We don't want to cause collateral damage.
Right on the hero.
Lighting.
After all, we don't want it to sink. I've already put a hole through its engine. Which, surprisingly, they've dealt with pretty well. Maybe. I don't know yet.
What was your scholar criminal roll?
A 28.
8.
I have overconfidence.
Okay. First. Jump gate, I think. Okay, a Warzone, which is
Oh no, he looks very familiar.
yes. Um, Warzone, which again I had information. Um, okay, I will need to give you his actual name earlier because you know his actual name versus the full sign.
No, his government name.
Yes, I know everything about him. I'm pretty sure I know which person that is in my background. Probably. Maybe. It could also be a completely different person. Which I'd be really annoyed because I wouldn't think they would do this.
Or it's someone completely new.
Nah, it can't be someone new.
Your girlfriend.
How?
Damn. Herbalist, Illuminati member, mercenary, warlord. Man, what can't she do?
You're,
Grow her way into the life.
When you're typing it out, hey Tristan, bleeding.
I just
that
say it
work
verbally. I
again?
can say it verbally if you'd like.
I mean, you can say it verbally. I
Okay.
mean, I don't mind either way.
Um,
I know who this person is. If you tell me I know this person, doesn't mean they know it. So my reaction might make them realize who it is.
probably. Bro. Yeah. Anyway.
Can't have the audience in suspense. They have to at least know.
Yeah, it's fair. Fair. Making sense. Oh dare.
It's one of the few times I get to make sense.
Now, this is formerly Lieutenant Colonel Jarek Kreese, discharged for behavior unbecoming. Hmm. And is a formerly a special operations teammate
Oh,
prior to the discharge, of course.
What?
I knew it. But he's not one of my two actual enemies, is he? No. Wouldn't be.
Oh no! Suddenly the Kill Bill siren goes off. Would alias happen in there?
Question. Was he my superior? Did you say I know him personally? So was he my superior?
I believe you were a. What was your rank?
That was never actually stated.
Right, yeah, because I didn't think it was explicitly stated.
No, because everything that's tied to that is a giant black box on a piece of paper.
Bars for days.
Someone had to replace the toner cartridge afterwards.
But yep. Yeah.
Yeah. Was he my superior? Was he just someone I know? That is the question.
I'm doing a quick perusal for any potential contradictions here.
All good. My no kill policy might be very much going to be negated. Depending on how things go. He might be the one person I'm willing to kill right now.
And so Alias might hear this and be like, oh no, I was there for that. But highly doubtful.
Okay, yeah, that's what I was thinking. Yes.
Oh, he's here. Oh,
Well, more specifically, the Zodiac Zodiac here is protecting the asset, which allegedly is Warzone's asset. So he's the person pulling the strings for this operation. Yeah, he has not been physically seen.
hmm. Now, I guess I need to stop holding back now. I want this sub gun. Anyone on it?
Goes back to the links. Load the nuke.
I don't care. They're working for that scum. Oh no! This can't do. Nice Collateral is going to have to take a leave today. I did hear that right? You just said Warzone, right? They just do this like slow panning turn. Whoever said Warzone.
I think that was Alias, yeah.
Oh, I don't.
The lightest hint of hesitation. Hey,
Hmm.
that's at least what I thought I heard. Looks down at Pisces. Would you like to confirm that for my friend?
Well, we usually
No,
don't
wait, what was
give
it?
it names, but since apparently anyway, yeah, well, Warzone's the one who hired us out, and well, our price is getting another another member of the Zodiac. So this is a bit personal for us.
Oh. Oh.
Um,
That's not good for you.
Collateral, knowing Warzone, it's entirely possible that he may have arranged the chaining of a Zodiac to just to hire these guys to get someone he's taken from them.
You know, Warzone's MO is just kidnapping people he wants to use as leverage to get someone else to make that other person do something for him. There's a reason why he got dishonorably discharged.
Uh, or still sounding a bit injured and up. Um, so are you saying that if Warzone does have our teammate, he still wouldn't hand them over, kidnapped or not?
Probably not. He's a backstabbing bastard. And I personally want to kill him. But I have had people try to convince me to not be so murderous like I used to be. Thank you, Wolf Spider, for making me not be so ruthlessly brutal, efficient.
You're welcome. Your guns.
I don't think you'll be able to stop me from doing that, killing him, though.
I believe I've just demonstrated I am fast enough to stop anybody from killing anybody within a 150-meter radius.
Yes,
Web-
I will make sure I'm not near you when I do it.
No, that's my spider sense distance. Okay. I can web zip further than I can spider sense, but I should have to be able to sense that the problem is coming to stop it.
yeah.
So thanks to that new power I unlocked last issue, thanks to Project Backstab.
Apparently, I gave him the perfect reason. Like, justify that? Thank you.
Because of Project Backstab?
There's that one too. That's the one everybody hates, where I jump on your back and start nibbling on your neck.
Oh. Ugh. That still gives me heebie-jeebies.
Step.
Oh. Gotcha. Anyway, good luck preventing me from doing that. I hope you succeed, but I'm also not going to make it easy.
You ever?
Hey, I haven't killed anyone since I met you.
No, I meant, make it easy.
I don't know. Have we actually ever fought each other?
Zeke, but I can't.
Angle. Keeping grapple rule. That sounds.
I'm glad Ignaris was not here to hear that part of the conversation.
May escape by snapping the buns. Each action to break or lifting roll.
Why would she have a problem hearing that part of the conversation? I'm collateral damage. I have infamy.
Physique or lifting versus the power.
We found out that Ignaris's family is military. It's part of the reason she was on the ship that received survivors from another ship.
Go power die!
Oh yeah, that's right.
Scorpio's like kind of because he's kind of more weakly struggling against the webbing, though his power suit is giving him a bit of an speaking. Oh, there's like however, I believe I need a movie first. Yeah, he has.
Oh, no, the hand of God came and swatted me.
Go to the water spout.
Down, 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 down. I'm really starting to hate that song.
Okay, thanks to his currently injured state.
Is this minus 80 to life? 80 to life? Does the mockery apply to his ability to try and get out?
Ability apply to most.
It says he had minus 8 actions. I don't know. This is a saving throw, so I don't.
Okay.
I don't know. I'm asking.
Technically, you can be frightened or unsettled enough to affect your ability to output effort.
Okay.
I mean, I don't think I can fairly say it can't affect it, because I've been in situations where I've been freaked out enough to not exert maximum effort.
Okay.
Damn. Okay. Well, this would have almost made it. How do the last again?
2 rounds.
Okay.
So I do it again.
Okay. So it would be.
Actions equal presence action. Yeah, I believe we determined that's 2 rounds. That's also 2 rounds because it's technically 2 sentences. It's like he's at +5 difficulty to any action or attack target the character for 2 rounds. Period. The opponent loses actions equal to the presence attribute. Separate sentences, so I don't know if it has the same duration, but I believe we did.
Yeah, just so it wasn't a limitless thing, because okay, so it tries to break free, but Ugh. Fortunately, we can't really do anything until he officially tries to break the agreement. Pisces yelling from the water will say, Sure we can. He sounds like a dick." Taurus will sigh, is about to say something when Scorpio says, "Yeah, this Warzone guy really sounds like a dick. So might be biased. I think everyone's a dick right now." Ah, Taurus will follow through with the sigh. Ah, I sometimes don't know what to do with the two. So when or if breaks the contract, given we're only going off with the word of apparently one of his own enemies, then we'll deal with it. Our gear will all be fixed up by then, so it shouldn't be that much of an issue.
Don't blame me for being rough now.
What was that?
Don't blame me for being rough now.
Sure.
Skill minimum is 3 times the skill die, right?
What's 3 times?
Skill minimum.
Yeah, so it's 3 times the dice of raw skill.
So 8. 4? Take a look.
Really? Oh, wait.
Higher than skill
Because it
minimum.
threw in some fate dice there because I put an F instead of a D. That explains it. Okay. Lateral. I'm afraid, as mentioned, with you being his enemy, I can't just take your word. So
Your loss.
next time you, uh, next time you want to prove something to us, try to have a bit more of direct evidence on hand. We will keep what you said in mind.
Oh, I wasn't offering direct evidence. I'm just saying, backstabbing bastard who one of the few people Wolf Spider's actually going to have to try to prevent me from killing if I ever meet him again.
Okay, we've heard he's cordial, so that just makes sense.
Wolf Spider is a good person.
Well, in any case, as Pisces would say, gonna have to revoke your ticket for this boat ride.
Good luck with that.
He pulls back his um his fist. And from I don't think I've shown you an image. The image has his faceplate up, but it's currently down because he's, you know, he was in the middle of guarding this thing.
Yep. Kind of what I thought it was.
Um,
Cool.
he'll thrust his fist forward in a punch. Um, um, that more thicker forearm piece will have a pulse of fiery thrust propelling his fist faster. He rolled a 38 versus your, I believe, 35.
Hmm. Well, I'll spit a character. Actually, no. I won't spit a character point. It hit me. Roll my soak now. This might have been a bad decision, but I'll take it.
Oh, okay.
$33 soak.
Here's a okay. There is a designation in the forearm piece when the fist makes contact with you. That funnels explosive force. You. So 14 damage. I imagine your soak completely soaks that.
Yep.
Yeah, 16 meters of knockback.
Oh, I got thrown off the map.
Flying backwards, five off map. Due to the explosion wave. Let me that. Samurai was able to avoid the concussion wave, which would have also sent him flying.
I just want to say this because I soaked it. As I get knocked back, I just want to do this ninja backflip and just hold a middle finger to him as I'm being thrown backwards.
Okay.
Guess it's gonna happen now. Doing a thing. That got thrown off the map now. I'm just going to tell Lynx to deal with it. All my pre-rolling no longer matters.
Ejection.
Here's a better question for you, David. Because we technically determined that my ammunition is technically just ammunition, and I could put a non-lethal hypervelocity railgun round in the gun. I could totally still do that, right? I remember doing it once.
I mean, music would say no, but comic books would probably say yeah. So,
Well, when we listened to his inventory, it was just ammunition with the idea that in theory he had, because he knows different ammo types, so in theory he had like the non-lethal option for all his different ammo types.
okay. And yeah, you could put in some sort of like, non-lethal railgun cannon shot. I don't know,
Yeah.
maybe like air bursts or something and like hits them with a concussion blast and knocks them out or some shit.
In theory being, he still had to decide how many magazines of it he was carrying, but the idea he just had access to non-lethal rounds for whatever weapon he wanted to equip it to.
Yeah.
Cool. I don't feel bad about this.
Yep. You and Nick?
Let me put my initiative in now. 10, 20, 20. My initiative slowly keeps going up, but I'm still slower than everyone. Wait, no, I'm faster than Alias this time. Holy shit. How did I get faster than Alias?
Must have rolled bad.
Well, let's see. Lynx doesn't have a. Mine's in. I think everyone says in.
I appreciate the fact that I actually have a foe that is within the Spiders Initiative League.
Technically, she has more initiative because my initiative's buffed by 4D right now.
Yeah.
All right.
If I recall
Shoots in the water.
correctly, Lynx uses his reflexes for determining his skill for shooting, yeah?
Initiative is perception.
No, not initiative. He doesn't have coordination because he's a vehicle. He has reflexes.
I said perception.
Yeah, I didn't say I'm rolling initiative for him.
I heard coordination for some reason.
Well, the shoot is coordination.
Yeah, shooting is coordination, yeah, but because he doesn't have a coordination stat, it would be reflexes.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to confirm.
Reflexes plus fire control. If any.
Yep. Yes, this definitely has it.
Right, so just to assess the field real quick, Alias is fighting Fish Lady. Scorpio is, in theory, incapacitated for the moment. Samurai is rethinking his life.
Well,
I just got ejected from the map.
He's rethinking it. He's reassessing the situation.
Yeah.
So, in theory, the only active threat is Taurus.
Well, yeah.
Samurai still.
I'm not counting Fish Lady because Fish Lady is all the way over there dealing with Alias, and I'm not in the drink.
Samurai still wants to go after the artifact, so
He does want to go after the
not
artifact, but
picking
right
up.
now he's not actually trying to hurt anybody. He's just kind of standing there reassessing things.
Taurus is like, I'm gonna go in.
So I'm just trying to assess active, currently, dangerous to everybody around us threats. And Samurai doesn't seem to be in that category right this second. So I guess that means I'm going to go take the bull by the horns here.
Oh, Dang it.
Hey, he might survive. We don't know.
Well, if he survives, this is going to be overkill. Or over knockout?
All right.
Yeah, over knockout.
Keep trying to say you guys aren't in the wrong here, but you just heated a geriatric, man. Yeah, you like it.
I'm not that fucking old, you bastard!
Dude, you're ancient.
I might be old enough to be your father, but I'm not that old.
You're old enough to be my grandfather.
Whose grandfather is 40 years old?
Somebody whose parents got started real young.
Last I checked, that wasn't your parents. Actually, no, I can't say that. I don't even know yet.
Tied to defender.
Really?
Yeah, 35. Yeah.
Yep.
Tied to defender. But because that's wrestling, that's
Yeah.
melee stuff. So yeah,
Yeah.
tied to defender.
You remembering his penalties? His winner is bad. I remember that because he's the one who made it.
It was a 1D. Yep.
The 1D penalty.
Yeah, and 5 versus you.
Yeah.
Okay.
But because he's not targeting me, but to take any action to attack or target, so the +5 wouldn't apply. So it's just the one action.
Okay.
I don't know if the one action.
I think I did forget to apply the one. In which case I would break the top. Right. Okay.
People are what, skill 0?
Hmm?
Yeah, people are skill 0. So
Grab him by the horns, and flame him down into the webbing.
Ugh.
So technically, it'd be a new will roll because I did roll a mockery here too. I don't know which one would apply more, but yeah.
I'd imagine whatever the new.
Okay,
Well,
so he,
well, actually, the new one would apply to whatever he does next.
Okay,
He can do next.
not the existing defense. Yeah, that would make
Yeah.
sense. Yeah, okay. So he has.
That's I have to check to see what actual nature. Okay.
That 1D might matter to the whips.
Damage ultimate. Okay. You have, for all intents and purposes, knocked him out. You knocked him out via injury, not
Not via knockout.
not via knockout, because he is thick.
And I'll
damn it.
web him down.
His quadruple
He
speed.
literally has 1 HP. Literally 1 HP.
He's resisting still. Like, shut up.
That is mortally wounded.
Damn it.
Okay, if he is mortally wounded, I will swap that webbing action for a first aid action to stay.
Okay. So he's not really. I'll leave both on just as a reminder. I just have the in cap one also. Coach that.
Yeah.
Stabilize. Okay.
I recall swimming is its own stat, isn't it?
You recall what now?
I'm trying to remember if swimming was its own stat. And then the answer is yes, because I actually have skill in it.
Pisces is looking up at Alias as if she's trying to identify where his jet boots or jetpack is, and is having a hard time discerning.
Oh, that's right, because doesn't Alias use magic to fly?
Yup.
Basically, he unlocks his quote chi. And it was just like, I see.
Okay, here we go. What are you gonna do?
Oh, wait a second. Realize something. Wait for it. I want to know what you do first.
Okay, she will dip down under the. Whoa, that was some sixes. She'll dip down under the water, and yep. Uh, and will once again breach the water, um, leaping out like some sort of super dolphin leap, due to the incredible momentum, and
What day?
um,
Stay with your best shot, dandy fish.
okay, shooting up above you in terms of her arc, and does a number of momentum building um spins of sorts of force, bringing down her down her dagger in more of a forceful pummel strike. Oh, that is a lot of multiple action penalties.
That's sweet stun penalty.
Don't forget the wreck mock penalty.
That didn't apply to her because she was underwater. Yeah,
Oh.
because if she can't hear the mock, then
Yep.
yeah.
Here's now. You attempted to help Eric. Big boss.
Hey, I just had to make sure.
Yeah, appreciate it.
Okay. Uh, the Um, okay. Being her pommel strike down on you because I believe your dodge is a 49.
As I already tried boosting it, and I don't think I can boost it further, technically. Yep, 49.
Right? Okay. With admittedly some boosting herself, CP and all that. She is pommel um pommel strike you. Okay. But you get a soak roll from you as the pommel strike has enough momentum and force behind it to force you down 5. I'm not quite sure how high you were before to know if that impacts you back into the water or not.
What's 10? Ah,
Okay. Follows up with a shot towards your arm, but that unfortunately misses. Took 40. Okay, you also taking note. Um, However, is your I mean, technically, let me. Okay. You with that hit, you also feel something that has soaked through your
oh,
um okay, it did roll us. So armor is applied normally to this attack form. Oh, okay. Let me say your soak is for. Okay, never mind. It doesn't soak through.
was I about to be poisoned?
I
Um,
think you were, but
After a fashion, but it's probably not the kind of thing you'd think of as regular poison.
I was thinking like peppermint or some
Okay.
shit like that.
Let's
Secretion.
see.
Or like that one dude from
Wait, hold on.
was it
Hold on.
McGill who
Summary.
poisoned himself and used blood?
The example is you're poor example book. Poor ass example. Okay. Keep things moving. I will take this one sentence that is not applied to this example, apparently, as fact.
Jesus.
I'll look at it between sessions and under a bit more scrutiny. So you're unaffected due to your armor. Okay, fine.
I can only imagine the bullshit.
It's one of those things where it's one tiny line, and I'm not sure whether it applies to the conditional thing or the entire thing. And the example doesn't help because the example doesn't include armor in the example to know what parts affect what. Oh. In any case, we will splash down into the water. I was uncertain whether a 5 meter drop would put you back in the water or not. What was that?
About 5 meters above the water.
Oh, you were 5 meters above the water?
No. I was 10. Now I am.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
No,
he's now
okay.
5.
Okay. Swim to over into the webward.
Not the floaty.
Collateral.
Well, I'm going to swim back, and you can
Ring is a life preserver floaty thing. If you want to swim to that, then you can use the attached rope to climb back to the boat if you don't have enough movement otherwise.
I have a move of 20 because I'm going to spend an action to swim fast. So I can move at double speed. I assume a 20 is enough to move at double my movement. Yeah.
20. That will overcome the ocean at the moment. Yes.
Oh. I'm going to get right here. The next good old samurai. I'm just going to look at him. I'm
The
just
samurai?
going to say, yeah.
Okay.
I understand that you believe this thing belongs to your family. Unfortunately, we need it to prevent a thing from happening that's very bad for everyone. If this is truly your family's, and it isn't some massive threat to the city and to innocent lives, I guarantee that I will personally hand it back.
Guarantee what?
The MacGuffin, if it's not actually a threat to the city after we're done needing it, to prevent the current plot from happening. I don't remember it, to be entirely honest. Then I will make sure that he gets back his rightful property. Because if it's truly his family's, and he can prove that it's truly his family's, he should get it back. That's entirely fair, right?
Built using stolen knowledge from my kin. I'm sure officially it's under the government's classified materials.
Well, if it's built on stolen technology, then you wouldn't care if we just take it and make it no longer exist. Would you?
Don't understand. What is contained Fireheart Fireheart.
But you said it's artificial. So it's a cheap gimmick at best.
The housing may be artificial, but it's dual source, if you want to call it that. Not. I do want to keep in mind that this seems to be Samurai's belief. There is no scientific fact that says this is like the heart of a dragon or a dragon's soul or anything, despite what some translations may call it.
Oh, there's an easy way to resolve this. Let the wizard look at it.
We know a wizard.
Yeah.
We didn't do we know a wizard.
There are several wizards technically.
The guy floating over the ocean, over the bay.
He doesn't count.
Magnetism.
He doesn't count. He's new at this.
Yeah, but he's also a living Wikipedia. So
Okay, that's fair. Either way, we're willing to work with you on this if it's legitimately yours and not a danger to the city. Can we not fight until after we deal with what the reason why we need it? You can only say us trying to prevent horrible things from happening to the city and the inhabitants of the city, which includes you, would at least be honorable.
Much as I need to gain access to it. Ideally, I don't want to take the entire thing, but I can settle being in the same room.
right, you need access. We need access. Everybody needs access, but nobody needs to walk. It sounds like nobody is actually explicitly necessarily looking to walk away with it.
Except for Warzone.
Yeah, except for the known mercenary terrorist guy that we all agree shouldn't have it. So
cool. So we can work together and we can determine everything else later.
that's it.
On the other hand, as soon as we're done, this is becoming an artificial reef, and no one's stopping me.
I'm pretty sure the city would not be happy with you putting an artificial reef in the middle of the bay that is the main source of aquatic commerce.
I'll make it very small.
So it's going to be less of a reef and more of just a traffic hazard.
It'll be a coral garden. A gardenette, really.
We're 200 meters out. It's probably already in the deep channel. It'll be fine.
Either way, sounds like why don't you, Jitsu Jim and Iggy go check out the MacGuffin device, and I'll go talk to Alias about a fish.
Sure. Would you like Links to help you?
I think I got it.
Samurai look reluctant, but then sighs.
You want access, she wants access. Are these mutually exclusive?
I don't believe they would be.
To borrow an American phrase, don't be shisty.
I have no intention of making any shites, Mr. Frodo.
I'm with him on this. Besides wanting to sink this sub after we're done. I'm not allowing Warzone to have anything. I can't take his life team and I'm taking his property and destroying it. With that, I'll hop in. And I guess Lynx is not going to shoot anyone because the person I was going to tell him to shoot is conveniently dying. Sorta, maybe. I'm pretty sure he got saved by Wolf Spider. And Wolf Spider said that they don't need Lynx's help shooting a non-lethal railgun at someone. Yes, I'll send my movement to go into the stuff itself. Probably follow the trail of molten metal.
I kind of wish she had comms, because she'd be saying things. Can't talk to you guys.
Yeah, she probably would have words. And I'm probably going to be annoyed enough that I can't talk to her on tactical communications. Then I'll probably say we should probably give her a comm unit. Eventually.
Oh, eventually, not right now, because Samurai's going to go down.
No, I was talking about the comm unit. I ain't handing one of our comm units to a gang person. I can at least accept the vigilante having it, grudgingly. On an as-needed temporary basis.
Okay. It is
No. So, is she underneath the water at the moment?
yeah, she is underneath the water, near the surface, but underneath the water around the floaty room.
How far underneath the water? Like a meter or two more?
2 meters.
Because, no, that's right, he didn't make it sticky. What? Like, question, David, do you think Alias could, because first off, I would be moving, I will move a little bit higher, regardless, and a little bit closer. But my intention is to see I'm thinking of possibly using the life preserver to grapple her.
How solid did make the life?
I imagine it'd be like any of his other. I don't know if I'll be using my web wall rules or the normal 12D of strength.
I mean, it's not flexible though.
The preserver itself probably wasn't, but the rope attached to it would be.
Okay.
Because again, the idea was it was one of those rings with the rope, so it was trailing behind, so it would remain attached. So he could probably grapple her with, considering it's a ring, you could, again, lock part of her with the ring and the rest with the rope.
Well, I mean, if it's not flexible though, you can't like squish it around.
Well, I mean, with his super strength, he might be able to. But like, just in a conceptual sense, like because it is a ring, if he puts it over her, but like cocks it, it might like lock one arm to her side, and then if he uses the rope that's attached to it for the, to like bind the rest. So in theory, it could be a grapple.
Okay. In that case, okay, yeah. If you want to give it a shot, then certainly can.
Indeed. I will give it the old college try. Uh, allocate reactions. So one more free action after this. So swoop in. Attempt to grapple. Underwater, so it will be very difficult, I know.
Yeah, lift 40.
That's the grapple. Sorry. Yeah, sorry, I forgot that. I should have titled that better.
Seeing what doing, she'll like shake her head, shake her head no, and give you a tisk gesture as she swims to avoid. She has a
44.
You want to do it?
Spending 2 command points. Command points there. Oh, slibadadung. And that becomes 51.
oh no. Okay. Oh, cool. Okay, so you are then able to wrap uh around her. Mm, yeah.
And then in the most dry pan manner, because I don't mean to insult her, is just he is trying to barb like wolf spider collateral do. Look, I caught a fish. And he will just float them over to the boat. Wolf spider. Thanks for the assist, by the way.
Welcome.
If you want to secure her more, I won't say no.
I will get right on that.
She's very dangerous in the water. Like, looks at her directly. You are very competent. I will give you that.
No, it would be more fair if had me water. You look like a nice
For
guy.
you. He's nice. He's nice. He's cordial.
Yeah.
Suddenly pulls out. Is Scorpion knocked out?
Scorpio is locked down, yeah.
Okay. Again. With that being said, it's like, I guess I will go on.
Yep, y'all have fun down there in the basement.
Is there going to be you and me up here?
Apparently.
Oh, that doesn't sound very safe for you.
Looks at the bull with his head kind of half stuck in the web with his feet sticking up. Looks at the scorpion straight. I think I'll do okay.
So at this point, effectively the fighting up top has stopped.
Oh, just if I'm able to, just stick her down. If not, I'll wait. But
No, I'm fine with you guys. No, my primary thing is: are you going to stay up here up top, or are you going to go down to the basement?
I'm gonna stay up here at least for a little while longer because I'm gonna stick her down. Reach out to Da Vinci. Is like, hey, we rounded up there was a samurai throwdown with some mercs or some shit. You may have heard some railgun fire down there at the docks. I don't know if you want to let the harbor patrol or coast guard know that there's a boat here that a little bit on fire that you need to pick some guys up on. There might be a submarine underneath it. I'm not 100% on that yet.
I'll tell the Coast Guard.
As I was sure if it crossed that far enough out that the harbor patrol had transitioned to coast guard. You might want to run the name. I think it was Warpath. Seems to belong to the shipment. Seems to belong to him.
I'll
War zone.
I'll get the guy.
Move.
I'll get the guys back back in the pen to look at it.
And I'm doing that. Because I imagine that's going to take me a few minutes to lock everybody down, make sure everybody's stable, and make my phone call.
Yes, I have a submarine map.
Foreign submarine map.
Yes, unfortunately.
Because if they need me, I'm on top, so I can get down there pretty quick.
Okay.
Channeling part of the face fire does.
That. D&D's real, right?
Elves are real.
Okay. When you guys get down via the hatch, you'll see around a that this area was like it's previously a kitchen or a mess of some kind, but has been converted to something else. Given that Samurai and Collateral are the first ones down here, they get first crack at doing things and observing. Samurai does have some knowledge.
Hmm.
Roll a 1. Focus on it.
I mean, I'm just gonna follow the trail of molten metal that she's probably made as she bum rushed her way through the place. I assume. Didn't bum rush her way through here, then I guess I will have to find a different way of catching up with Ignis.
Okay. Yeah. What's obvious though is that this mess has been changed into some form of computer room, like banks of occupied computers, flashing
Cool.
lights, things running along them. There doesn't seem to be any people there.
That's fine.
No
That's
people at
fine.
all. But you said you wanted to find an alternative way, or
Yeah, there's no trail to follow to get to Ignis. I guess what I'll actually start doing, I'm going to make serious on what I've said. Open my bag, start pulling out sticks of TNT. Start getting them ready.
planning on blasting your way down through the subfloors.
Oh no, no. I plan on making sure this sub can never do anything besides be scrap metal afterwards. But in terms of knowing where we need to go on this boat, what would that be? I'm actually kind of curious what skill would I need to figure that out. Use tech, maybe?
What now?
We got banks of computers here. Can I do use tech to pull up a map?
You can give it a shot. Yeah.
I'll do that. $17? Sorry, 20. Overconfidence.
20. Okay. Attempting to find a map. Do not find a map on any on what this cost can access. What you do, however, find though, roll is while it is not a map, um, it it is a it appeared to be a autonomous computerized system to maintain the sub function. So either the sub is completely computerized or has been augmented with computerized automation, lessen.
Oh, it's a mostly automated ship.
The Zorn sub.
Yeah. Can I get a current status report of the ship from this?
Yeah, MHE drive system is offline. Maintenance has been flagged to repair it. The weapon systems are online, currently not given given things like torpedoes. I forgot the specific, but the near surface missile launch system. I think you know what I'm talking about.
Talking about cruise missiles?
I say the missile launcher.
Well, well, if I remember correctly, there is a weapon technology that allows a sub to fire missiles without completely reaching the surface. But
Yeah,
they
they
have to
can
be
fire.
near the
Yeah,
surface.
they can fire cruise missiles and stuff while underwater.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a the technically they could fire nukes as well, but cool. Even though I was able to get into the system and get this information, I disabled those weapons
If you're
from here.
wanting to issue commands to the system, something like disabling the weapons requires higher level access than just sitting at the.
Cool, cool. Well, I guess I can't blow this up. Not yet, at least.
I can tell you right now, there is no indication of nuclear armaments.
Yeah, I highly doubt he would have that.
Um,
But either way, though, can't just have.
well, there is a little bit more information I can let you know.
Okay.
The automated system is currently currently compiling information for a transfer.
I want to stop that transmission.
That would need a because it's a part of the damage response.
Cool, cool. I'm okay with this. Send me a few character points. I'll make sure I stop this. I don't want to deal with this crap right now. It is worth the character points to say no to this. Until Alias gets here, can actually stop this.
Well, he's in theory only around behind you, so
Yeah, my goal is to try to delay because I highly doubt I can stop it. So does that make sense? I'm trying to basically bog it down.
Yeah. Okay.
That way, it won't succeed. I'm soon. And 20, 29, a 31 to slow it down.
Okay, that will slow it down. Yes. You're essentially able to like put a bunch of processes in front of the front of the queue.
Cool. That was worth the character points. Fuck allowing Warzone to know that I'm currently fucking with a sub.
Samurai will comment. Are you through?
No, I'm just keeping it from sending a transmission right now. It's actively trying to it's a mostly automated submarine. Whatever crew is trying to fix the giant hole I put in it. I don't think they'll be able to fix that.
Good. Then we won't have many people, if any, to contend with.
I don't know how concerned you are about attack submarines, but there's a whole bunch of ballistic missiles on it. And torpedoes.
I'm Yakuza, not a warlord.
That's why I said I'm not sure how concerned you are about having the enough explosives on this submarine to basically be a problem for anyone near it.
You're planning on destroying this sub anyway.
I can't do that with what's on here. That's the kind of problem it is. But we have a friend to catch up to.
Yes, let's. Okay, I don't know if you can actually see it, but there are like ladders here you can use to descend.
I will make a note in the communications that, hey, ALS, Peter Banks, when you come down, the sub is trying to send a distress signal. Please turn it off. Yes, I slowed it down for you. Please be fast. The PS part is literally just going to be a sticky note on the monitor.
Eh,
And then I will follow our samurai.
Okay. Following this. Um. Going. Not ladder. And just jump down.
I'm old and not a cyborg.
Oh, you weren't old.
Hey now, 20 plus years of jumping and doing parkour will ruin your knees. But yes, I'd be going down there with him. Also, having a controlled fall is better than just letting gravity take you down. I can just hold the ladder and slide. Oh god, he's going far. Fast.
Actually, yeah, his cybernetics will just let him take the fall. So.
I guess I need to make a running roll if I want to try to keep up with him.
Yeah.
Anything before I head out, David?
Yeah. At this point, you
Yeah,
can.
sorry about.
This point, you can catch up and be in.
See a
At least
sticky
give the
note.
tech roll. That way you can keep that in mind in case of stuff. After that, I'll head out. This is getting real interesting. Thank you, David. This is very fun.
I imagine we're
Catch y'all later.
going anyway.
You're welcome. Yeah, we are approaching a stopping point. Should just be a few more minutes.
I rolled a 20 to try to keep up with him.
Good night, all.
Good night, Greg.
Okay. 20.
Yeah, technically it would.
Like, you would be logically slowed by climbing a little bit or using the ladder a little bit because you're just sliding down. But I mean, that's not very, very much of a.
I'll be at the top of the ladder right here because that would technically be the end of.
Oh, right. That roll makes.
Did we ever make an extra comm unit?
Yeah.
Oh, then I can't give her one even though I want to give her one.
Nope.
Um,
Oh. Well, hi, Agnes. Hi, Agnes.
and she was like on the move as you guys were like on the move. Just pause for a moment. Say, don't worry, I'll get there ahead of that other guy.
He isn't currently problem. I will yell that very loudly so it echoes.
Just because you're familiar with all kinds of PT, I'll let you know that with how she's running, she must have a history in track and field.
I don't know if I was ever told her backstory or not.
She didn't really give much of her backstory because she's trying to keep her identity hidden.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I mean. I don't know how much of her backstory I really know.
Guys, well, now know that she likely has a track and field background, and that her father was military, or at least affiliated with the military. And that she knows Muay Thai.
Cool. Hmm. Why do I feel like I'm going to be? I have a sneaking suspicion about sayings. I don't like this. I don't like this at all.
Um, Giving a roll before, and that I do want to ask if Wolf Spider is still going to be up top for the moment.
I mean, if I'm done with what I was doing, then I will start making my way down to catch up.
Okay. How are you wanting to hatch, or when you do?
Yeah, I'll just take the hatch and and shimmy along the walls and shit.
Being a weird spider person.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you have any chance to?
I currently because I did no, I would have dropped it. So, no, not currently.
Okay. I'm trying to determine like how far ahead they are.
I mean, if I can get some web zips in there, I don't, the zip line down some hallways. I don't know if I can.
I say, if you're zipping down hallways. Okay, I'll put you a little bit behind.
Okay. As I'm going, and bringing a couple threads as I go, just to set up the web alarm system.
Okay.
Just since I know I'm going to be on different decks, and these things in theory pressurize. I know my spider sense may not reach different decks, so I'm just leaving the thread so I have sense, on the levels where I'm not necessarily at.
That. And with how quickly Collateral and Samurai are moving, you guys will. Those are the specific you want to do. I can get you over to where Ignaris is.
Sounds good.
Yeah.
Later again, you're slightly behind.
Hang a round or two or whatever behind is fine.
Okay. When Collateral and Samurai get to where Ignaris is, Ignaris looks a little out of sorts. Little surprised. Can anyone else feel that? Collateral, you don't, feel anything out of the ordinary. Samurai will just say yes, Destiny.
Sorry, but you cannot manifest your destiny here. This is not an express to right. Yeah. This is not an express trip to the west. But no, I don't feel anything.
Ignaris will Destiny, yeah. Well, feels like there's a Inferno on the other side.
Huh. Well, that's not the first supernatural thing I've had to deal with. But if it's not affecting me, I guess I'll open the door.
Samurai will say, well, the part of a dragon is rather strong and intimidating. Perhaps that is what you're feeling, given your affinity. But as seeing as your potential enlightenment to get out of the way.
Play nice. There's no reason to
Samurai is just gonna kick the door.
No. I mean, I would have just opened it. But we could go with the brute force route too.
Despite the resounding sound of the clang, the thick door to this room, gets scuffed, and that's about it.
I would like to just go look at him. Go. Let me open that. I just casually pull out my lockpicking set out of my bag of many things.
No one ever said that reaching one's milestone would be easy. But yes, blow up the door.
We're currently underwater. I like my explosives. I also like not being dead.
You have a plan for the door, then?
Yes. Hey, David.
Yeah.
I rolled a 28 lockpicking on the door.
Okay. You are able to successfully unlock the door. It's a well, it does take a little bit of time. That's primarily because rather rather complex lock mechanism that is exerting more pressures on the tumbler than normal. The normal locking mechanism would. They're having to contend with having to hold things in place versus and get other things shifted correctly until there's eventually a click. Samurai will push past people unless I try to physically stop them to go inside.
I would have gone in first and just say, "But where the old man who is in a profession where men die young?"
When Ignoris walks in, she will stumble a bit, though not completely. You don't see anything for her to trip over. What is in this room? Which I know it looks empty on the map, but there is a. It looks like a combination of a titanium sphere. Uh, Inside of a of a brass kind of where the where there's kind of domes coming out of the cubic portions instead of flat cube balls. A band of band of a alloyed material um going along the spheres horizontally with um there are gauges on the gauges on the outside. Brass brass looks rather old. um Engravings, um kanji looking iconography. um Unless you want to make a language roll, you're not sure. Say, Chinese, Japanese. Have you? Um, amongst the gauges and such, um, are are various control mechanism, um, and for those who want to look through one of the smaller windows, they'll see a couple things. The interior is is layered a layered a series of layered metals. It looks like they're in very deliberate arrangements, um, with um, various thermal technologies on the interior. Interior arrangement looks more artistic than you would give a regular military. It's as if the design is based on a more ceremonial design, but just constructed with modern material, perhaps adapted a little bit from whatever the original um, theoretical design specs were. To be clear, this is not like the blue or red team guys in terms of Magitech. You're not getting any specific Magitech vibes from the construction of the technology, outside of the fact that the basis may have been something from Um, but what you will see on the inside is initially just flame, but that flame will um quickly, quickly change, and parts of it will like, compress, and you're hearing gears and systems and a number of internal mechanisms shift along um, with a bit of a statickiness in the air as power to various mechanisms increase, um, showing this, rather more becoming this with the flame compressing in the center.
Huh. Well, I go from killing vampires, not killing, curing vampires, to fighting kaiju, to now I don't even know what I'm looking at.
Said it's the heart of the region.
I understand what you're saying, but it's kind of hard to believe when that's just a ball of fire. A very compressed ball of fire. Because if it's a heart of a dragon, shouldn't it be, more like a heart?
I've never actually seen a dragon.
I don't think anyone has in centuries, if they've even existed.
You should not take myth for nothing.
I didn't take it for nothing. I'm just saying I don't think it exists. And our current timeline, there's no one alive to try to collaborate it. As far as I know.
My concern that it's like this. I was given the impression that like it is that this only happens when, well, when when something makes it restless.
Well, I mean, theoretically, it's being contained in a container that, well, does the job of what your family should say it does. I mean, it's in a war sub, so in a war machine, theoretically powering this whole thing. Theoretically, maybe. And there's Ignis over there, being very
She is
off
performing
tilt,
controlled breathing right now.
very much apparently affected by this.
Well, then perhaps I need to do to do planning then. We'll step over to one of the.
Well, before you do that, let's wait and get everyone here. Because we all have different things we need to do. We all agree we need access to it, and we don't have any problem with people having access. But at least let's get everything sorted out first. Since we don't have anyone to stop us. Really weird.
Are you
I expected more people.
gonna be waiting more time then for Bushfire to catch up?
Well, Spider and Alias, yeah. Because after all, we all agreed to this.
Are you catch up? Again, seeing this again, for lack of a better term, it looks like a old style device constructed using mostly modern method. Like the design base was old. It's like, no, we use titanium now. um, when you get here, there will be light that that flashes before becoming stable cone, but out the
Okay, we got a yellow light. Anybody know what that means?
it means that I should Ignis will sorry Nars will speak up from I'm I'm not sure whether it's calling me or I'm calling it. Which part I know I just kind of dragged your token over there, but where are you under?
I imagine at the moment he's right by the door because he just came in.
Okay. In which case, you will be feeling waves of coming off. He hasn't like burst into flames or anything, but you are definitely feeling like you're next to a space heater.
Okay, well, you're clearly reacting to each other because you're warming up, it's warming up.
And since you supposedly know how to operate this thing, you might as well do what you're going to do.
Good.
I just figured we'd wait to make sure everyone's here in case something goes wrong.
Looking at the console for a few more moments. Ah. Good. Will take his sword out and stab it into the machine.
That seemed unnecessary.
However, there is no sparking, as it appears there is a thin slot meant for something long and thin to go into.
Is this just enhancing your weapon? I mean, if it is, that's cool, good for you. But you just said that. I wouldn't care how you got a better weapon. I mean, do you care, Wolf Spider?
Possibly is more dangerous to people.
Um, the interior plates for anyone who can look, which I spider, no matter what, given how a spider sense works.
I mean, the plates, if it's sealed, then, you know.
Oh, fair. If you don't actually have eyes.
Yeah.
For everyone who is looking inside, the layered plates are shifting shifting. Really think of it as a weapon up.
I'm pretty sure it's more than that. It's the soup. But I'm just trying to keep things simple until you can explain more. If you feel like it.
I need to I need my I need my Ryujin blade to awake. And for that, it needs a heart stronger than mine. The hilt of his sword will actually be glowing along its patterns, and this glow seems to be less mystical and more like related, as the material is heating up, but whatever it's made out of is not melting from the heat.
Well, that's fascinating.
Inside of the Intervian's ring, the energy outside of the condensed sphere seems to be wobbling between contracting towards the sphere and expanding out towards the plates and sides. Um, barrier.
Watching Ignaris, how's she reacting?
You can either make me a search or investigation roll.
Guessing my intuition does not apply here,
Uh,
or deduction intuition rather.
I I'll apply that.
Would it be feasible for me to do medical? As she's literally burning up.
You yeah. What are you wanting to like physically ease her or diagnose? What do you how are you wanting to use them?
I'm trying to make sure that she's okay physically. I know she's not a baseline human anymore, but gonna be too far off that wouldn't be unreasonable to make sure that she's not, about to literally burn up.
Okay, yeah. For that, then yeah, you can definitely make a medicine roll.
Cool. Oh, I have 4 dice. That. Or I have 3 dice plus tools. I have 4 dice anyways. Oh, I have 4 dice plus tools. 5 dice.
He said half an hour ago.
Really?
Yeah, it'll be just a few more minutes. He said half an hour ago.
Thank you for mentioning that, by the way.
Whoops.
Just a few more minutes. Half an hour later.
It would be a few more minutes.
I rolled an 18 for medicine.
Okay. She doesn't seem to be burning or anything. I mean, she's physically hot in terms of temperature. But she doesn't seem to be uh like having any heat thing or anything from it. Though she is though even though there's no like physical damage being caused, she is clearly under um physical stress.
Did it start when he put the sword in the thing?
It elevated to this level when he put this. But she was kind of stumbly upon entering the room.
Making several educated guesses here. Oh, so Samurai's being distracted by this whole sword thing. I'm going to get Wolf Spider's attention and just say the words so that he can just read my lips.
Oh, one, I can do that because I have specialization in lip reading. 2, I'm waiting on the results of my own roll.
I'm just saying I'm going to give you my results, and I think it's possibly we might want to fight the samurai guy to stop this to help Ignaris, maybe. ... question mark. I'm not a supernatural person here.
With that, yeah, without your investigation roll here, will impression that was clearly not the same. Your interpretation of the stress reaction going through now is similar to when you were getting used to spider sense from the standpoint um that feeling of overwhelmed um by stimulus, or in this case, in her case, being overwhelmed by whatever she is sensing in there. Though there is a bit more more to it than that. Kind of glancing between the the internal warbling of the energy is um largely funneling its warble in her direction. So either this thing is truly mystical, as the samurai is claiming, and is trying to go towards her, or perhaps she is on some level an ability to absorb thermal energy, and that's why it's been bending towards her.
Okay, so his weapon's powering up. He's getting used to feeling whatever she's feeling from this thing, but his powering up does not seem to be necessarily hurting her.
It seems to be overwhelming, but not damaging, at least as of right now. And either she's attracting it, or it is intentionally attempting to go. And it depends on whether you're believing the mystical or the meta human science here.
But the intuition says that they are connected. The connection doesn't seem to be bad. It just seems to be there's a lot of stuff coming at me at once right now.
At the moment, yes.
Well, seems to be a decision point.
You're the one with the most information and can actually make a decision based off it. What we
Yeah.
gather. But this is up to you.
I want to poll the other or I want to fact check with the other totems, but I don't think I have time for that.
So you guys understand that operates at a semi real time speed. So
Yeah, so
It's already been. You already know where collateral damage is on this. He wants to do right by them if this is technically his. We can't, long as it also isn't something that it would endanger the city. Having an empowered sword wouldn't theoretically endanger the city more than me having a mech.
seeing how this is breaking down, gonna go with his gut. Take the two.
But I also
shots
back
for
up
doing
with
something he
Spider.
believes is heroic and stupid, and I'm going to body check the door hatch, whatever it is.
on the containment device.
Yeah.
Okay.
I am reaching containment and letting it decide what it wants to do.
Okay. Roll your strength to breach this thing.
Well, damn.
Interesting.
Um,
Do I get my kick bonus if I'm kicking it? Or...
Yeah, I'll give it that. I'll give you that. Yeah. However, you're breaking it.
Yeah.
given that I was preparing to act with him,
I'll allow my cling to apply. That way, just it doesn't come off all the way when I bring it in. When I pull back, I can maybe get.
Okay. I'll give you an extra D for that.
is there any way that I can assist him in? Because my thoughts were, whatever he decides, I'm backing him up on. I see him clearly going towards the containment. So can I feasibly do something to try to assist him in dealing with the containment?
You could you could shoot essentially where the connection points are that are locking in the the side that he's dealing with.
Mm. I was thinking more in the sense of preventing the samurai from trying to stop him. But I assume as soon as Wolf Spider does what he's doing, the samurai is going to try to stop him.
Yeah, okay, if that's the case, then yeah, it would be
That's why I'm trying to provide assistance that way.
yeah, okay, because yeah,
Like actually
samurai-
provide assistance, not actually make a roll or anything.
Oh, you're wanting to assist versus make a roll. You're wanting to stop samurai from doing something that would require a roll to stop samurai from doing.
I'm trying to assist in making it where it's easier for Wolf Spider to do what he's doing.
All I'm doing is a feat of raw strength. I'm not sure you can really assist to that without pushing also.
Well, I'm trying to make it where you don't take penalties from the samurai trying to stop you.
I didn't take any penalties. I just rolled.
Yeah, because
Oh.
so it's one of those things that we're just going to start doing this, and samurai is basically going to be like, what? No, you don't know what you're doing, and because he's completing the action, because again, Wolf Riders did
Gotcha.
this.
I'd say, yeah, Wolf Strider just kind of jumped from the doorway and applied both feet to the door.
Gotcha.
There wasn't exactly a contemplation phase here.
In that case, I feasibly wouldn't be able to react to that until after the fact.
In that case,
I want to react to it, but I feasibly can't see myself reacting at that speed because I am not superhuman.
in that case,
Wait, I have super reflexes. I am technically superhuman.
Fast reactions does not make you superhuman. That just makes you trained.
That's fair.
Never
mind. Don't mind me.
With sparks and the bending and shearing of metal, alarms will begin going off as the reach the door being ripped off. The energy around this core, along with the core itself, flows flows slash is shooting like a meteor towards Ignaris before stopping in the middle. Samurai having to shift in order not to be not to be hit by this. The sword still in the console. The in the interior that hasn't been ripped apart from the removal of the door. The interior components shifting and exerting their, I like my term, containment force towards the now completely exposed core and surrounding energy. It is very clear that something is actively controlling controlling in a live fashion the interior of the containment technology, versus this being some sort of pre-programmed response. As it's now suspended in the air between Ignaris and the blade, as the energy is still being siphoned in part into the blade, and now there's clearly energy flowing into Ignaris. So you have the energy from that's surrounding this core going in both directions. The core itself, while not breaking apart, the outer part of it is occasionally wobbling, as if you're having two forces be pulling at the sphere in opposite directions. There, well, the image that I'm going to switch to is the more of the full um is more of the full version of this. It hasn't gotten to that point yet, but I don't have a progressive image.
Mm.
So you're kind of getting a sneak peek of what the finished thing may be.
Oh, I let out a lava lady.
Um, well, not the. This isn't the core. This is you're seeing from under like the mask. This kind of molten lava black. Be coming in from where the mask is not covering. Ignaris's face.
Oh, this is Iggy. Okay.
Yeah. Again, I have like a full other version and not a progressive thing. I actually do have one where it is her inner mask, but that's also complete and wouldn't give the full vibe of like what's ultimately happening. So you're seeing like where let me um you're seeing like along the neck and creeping up the neck and creeping in from the open areas for the eyes. Um this like molten molten dark skin peeking out with shoots of like lava vein coming through as more and more energy is absorbed. And Samurai is yelling um with clear in her voice, "What have you done? This isn't for her." There will then be a voice of a um unseen figure from coming out from behind one of these columns here, and there will be um another voice, and
How did I not sense you?
yes, that is a good question. You still aren't sensing him actually. Um, well, I was going to fashion it into a weapon, and it looks like the two of you have given me some interesting options.
Oh, fuck you. You need to die.
Oh,
Why did you have to show up here?
Storm Rider, do you really think that I wouldn't have things planned out to where I wouldn't be able to interfere if I absolutely.
Here, you still need to die. Backstabbing.
Now, if I were to have my choice of or have my choice of a star powered weapon, I think I know which I. Given what the three of you have done Zodiac. Oh. Let's just say this little sub is about to become a battleground. Did anyone close hatches behind them when
I was the last one to come in. I certainly didn't, because remember, I was putting that little laser grid down.
right? Okay. Spider. Will you'll be able to sense past all this energy going vibrations from outside of the sun. You recognize this vibrations as coming from high-end jet propulsion.
As in jet propulsion arriving, or as in the sub is taking off and is actually now an airplane?
Arriving from
So
from the other
reinforcements.
side.
And because they're in jets, it's clearly not the Coast Guard. Glances over at collateral. Luke, we're gonna have company.
Well, would you like me to go shoot down the entire reinforcements by myself?
I mean, you could.
When I have my nemesis,
You could.
when I have the person I want to murder in front of me?
I mean, you could do that. I was just also pointing out that they're probably coming to us, and this is a submarine, which means the entire vehicle is designed around one hallway, and you have weapons that shoot in cones.
Yeah, so I kind of
Stuff is coming to us, and it will probably be something you will have to deal with at some point. So I'm letting you know to be ready for stuff that is coming to us, so that they don't shank you in the back while you're having your little murder boner over there. Because I don't know if I can deal with preventing you, keeping you from killing this guy, the reinforcements, the flaming dragon, the angry cyborg, and the hot chick all by myself. So I figure if I give you a heads up, that gives you however long it takes them to get from whatever they're flying to us to figure out how you want to handle that.
fine. I will go deal with them.
I didn't say you had to leave. I was just alerting you they were coming.
I appreciate that. I'm gonna go deal with them. And since he's still fucking,
I guess you're secondary priority now. I thought he'd deal with you first.
How insulting!
he's a fucking mundane bastard compared to what we're dealing with. I don't care about him that much.
Yes or not, he's not showing up on my spider sense.
He's as mundane as I am.
That's clearly not true. You show up on my spider sense. He does not.
What?
So, are you gonna leave to deal with the reinforcements?
I actually stopped when I hear him say that. Wait, what?
I said that twice. Yeah.
It took a moment to set in.
I don't know. Like, take a bolt from what came off the door with hinge or whatever, and just kind of chuck it in his direction, see if it goes through him.
It does, and his image warbles.
Oh well, there we go. Clearly, he's with the reinforcements on the helijet.
Yep. I'm going to go out there and deal with that.
Looking at you, Tobias, he will make a kind of okay signs, a variant of the salute, and say, "Be seeing you."
Even if I don't kill you, you're going to have a lot less men to be a problem with later.
Okay. And presuming you're leaving at this point?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm just going to look at the samurai and just go, I didn't touch it. Y'all have whatever you're going to do. And when you're... Stop being mad at each other. He had more important things to deal with.
I don't know what you're talking about. I didn't touch it either. He said shaking his foot with the door still stuck to it. Eh.
When you leave the room, Wolf Spider,
Mhm.
You
I'll
will.
do not leave.
I understand that you will see. You'll see Samurai darting towards Anaris. As he's doing so, you are sensing that um the sphere that's kind of being tugged at both ends, outer shell of it is like kind of like warbling open with its energies and closing. And when it warbles, sense a wall of sensation as there is just a very fraction of a moment release of energy in a flash. Sending out light and heat kinetically in all directions. And with that is where I'm going to end the session, which is clearly a lot longer than a few minutes. For that.
Yeah, that was about an hour more than a few minutes.
I know, right?
Yeah, about an hour.
Time.
Time is not absolute with you. Or us. God damn it, David.
Glad to be introducing parts of your background now, mixed in with everything else. I hope it hasn't become too convoluted. Because it's like, I've introduced the Zodiac as escort and mercs, basically.
At least this time.
Yeah, this time. But seems to have a connection by the way of our employer says you can get us one of our team members back. You have Samurai, which is believing this thing is a mystical upgrade to his weapon. And Ignaris potentially absorbing
Coming lava.
whatever this is, possibly overloading her powers. While Warzone clearly had the intention of using this to create a weapon anyway. So in theory, he will either have an empowered person or a super powerful melee weapon in his mind.
I'm about to have fun taking a lot of action penalty.
I'm just imagining you two moving in a circle, firing your guns at one another.
That's eventually going to happen. But if I get the Lynx, it's going to be Lynx shooting his railgun a lot.
Oh, that
Because you forgot one very important thing.
was that.
Lynx's railgun doesn't have a rate of fire.
Yeah. Cool.
Jet be gone.
ID.
Also, I'm pretty sure jets are technically going to be a larger size than 5.
Oh yeah, jets are definitely larger than 5.
Yeah, jet be gone, and it doesn't matter that they're getting a scale bonus to their armor. They have their armor.
Oh, scale bonus doesn't apply to armor; just applies to soak.
Ah. Well, okay, they'll still get scale bonus, but they're not getting much of their armor for their hull there.
Remember, armor piercing, like the weapon enhancement, has the defensive power or ability rule.
Yeah, it's a fighter plane is in theory scale 10 to 14.
Yeah, I understand that armor piercing on the is only going to have the rolls. That's fine.
Yeah, no, I was just saying that because it was like the skill doesn't apply to yada yada. It's like, well, with armor piercing, I mean, it's going to be halved anyway. So
Oh yeah, because it's to the result of the roll. The roll includes the
Yeah,
modifier.
it negates half the target's resistance value. So yeah.
So yeah, no, those jets are not going to have a very good time.
well, the skill will help. That's all it really does is it helps.
That's all it's designed to do is help.
Here I was thinking that I wasn't going to fight him. This is just going to be an introduction tease.
Still might be. He just say he'll be seeing you. He might not be here. It could just be his attack squad.
That's true. Also, what is the actual original premise of this event? I can't remember. It's
I actually know the original premise.
for why we're dealing with Ignaris and this, and now apparently Warzone.
The basis of the story was along the lines of many an X-Men story of what do you do when a person has newly developed powers, and who will
Gotcha.
who will they side with?
That's it. We are currently a backdoor pilot for the Ignaris comic book, where she debuts in our comic and then goes off into her own series. Assuming she doesn't die a
Gotcha.
terrible death in our comic and become a motivation for later.
I mean, hey, I haven't been killing anyone yet.
It's a world-building adventure. We're showing that we're not the only metas,
Which I'm glad for.
and that not all metas are bad guys.
I mean, I thought that was given the whole we have an android, a god.
Oh, I agree. It's just this is the first
And
time we've seen a meta that was not part of the party that was also a good guy.
Okay, that's fair.
I guess so far all of the empowered people have been, not good.
We've had a couple that like wandered the line a little bit, like Joel, the last adventure, kind of crossed over for a minute and then came back. But
Yeah.
Also, I've just remembered something that we technically did. Because I made the comment of we don't know if dragons ever existed. I also said that the same sentence that I've had to deal with vampires and cure them.
Yep.
Again,
I believe I know someone who might be able to tell us if dragons existed.
Yeah. I